our BP. So I'm going to start this over again. I'll go in organization and business partner general with what we show here. Because I used this before, it's going to give me the fifth end. But the error code that I was having earlier was SS01 is not applicable. That's just not the grouping that I needed. So if I go back with my 5 and I say I want to create a company, and this one I'll call it dressing expert. Okay. And my search, I'll say dress clothes. And I'll call this one 3rd Street, Southeast. And we'll call this one 3587. I'll enter the address, I'll enter the location. Let's call this Mountain and Canada. And here will be Ontario. Okay. So Ontario, and here will be my postal code, and I'll select English here. Okay. So go to my data. I'll check balance. Data of business partner is error-free. Okay. So then I can go save it. It's going to generate my business partner number, right? What I do now, you see how it's all grayed out. And if I use my my arrow here, is going to ask me to use one of these two. Now I'm going to use my Google and pen to switch from display to change. Now I'm going to change, and I'm going to set up the second layer of my supplier. We've got finance accounting. I didn't select it. No, not counterparty. No, I keep selecting counterparty. So it's going to ask me if I want data has been changed, save changes first. I'll say no because I didn't want to supplier finance accounting. No. Okay. So addressing, I'm going to click on company code. And here I'm going to select 100, which is Serica Manufacturing. It's all grayed out on the bottom here. I type enter. It saves the data on the top and it releases the bottom. Our reconciliation account is 16,000. Luckily, we don't have like a million of them to select from. And then now I'm gonna check balance. Data on the bottom here, you can see data of business partner is error-free. Okay. So what I do here now, I'm gonna save this. Now, in the real world, you have to enter or to feed all the required information or all the information. But for this exercise, we are only putting what is absolutely required in this case. Okay. This is done now. If I come here and select, I can go and find my supplier, just supplier, and nothing else. Okay. This is my 3rd step. Now, when this opens, I will say I want to enter data for my purchasing organization. And I know I am looking at sample procurement. I'll search and look for it. And in your organization, you have kind of like a dashboard or like a map that tells you what procurement organizations belong to which group and so far so on. I'm going to move it to the side here. Central procurement. Okay, so now I'm going to type enter. It's going to release the fields on the bottom. And here I'm going to use CAD. My terms, payment terms, I will take the most common, which is net 30 or net 45. Towards the end, just want that. Was it hiding? Okay, so that was somewhere in the end, right here. Yeah, N 003. Okay, and then I will check my balance. Data of business partner is error free. All right, so I'll save this. And now you see how the BP role changes to supplier maintained. So I'm going to copy my supplier name and save it in my Word document. And I will all right, I'll save this, and that's it. So we are done, and I can exit from here. Done. So now I'll go back to your question, Afolakemi. Hello, Lily,
Hello?
Michael.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, Afolakemi, you had a question earlier.
Oh, you answered it.
What was the question, if you don't mind?
I just, no, I was like, when we started earlier, I missed two step while trying to create the business partner. So now that we've gone through it again, so you already answered the question.
Okay, great. Is it easier compared to master creation, or material master creation was easier than creating a business partner? Just by looking at the steps.
I think this creating supply, I'm lost in between. I'm still good with master data.
Okay,
So this I'm lost in between.
but that will change after we do some practice. So
Yeah,
which brings me
definitely.
to our next point. Who wants to give it a thought? Who want to try to create a business partner?
Um, I can't try yet because I'm still missing a step from the last class. So I'll just practice on my own.
So my recommendation, Michael, are you practicing on MM, Material Master?
Yes.
I would suggest, if you're practicing while you're doing this, I would say focus on understanding this during the class, the business partner, and then overnight or during next week, practice on both of them. That way you have an understanding of how to set up a business partner and ask some questions here. That would be my recommendation. And you can still, if you encounter some issues, you can still send us an email, and then we can answer during the next class. So that would be my suggestion. Um, how about Lily?
Okay.
Sorry, teacher, you mean that I share my screen and try to create?
Yes, and I know some of you have done it already, but what I will do here, I am going to reshare my screen and share with you the steps. You can take a screenshot, that's fine, and hide it on
Okay.
the side while you build your BB. Now, you remember that your grouping, you need to select the parent grouping, which is different from the 5FLV00 that we had in my presentation earlier. Okay, so I suppose you all got this slide screenshot. Then I will stop sharing and I will ask for two of you to volunteer to get the first supplier set up in the system.
Sorry, you are mute?
Yeah, so I was asking who wants to go first. Or we can do what is that again? Paper, scissor.
Paper,
Um,
scissors.
yeah. So, um,
I can go. I can
okay,
go.
Michael.
Yes. But you have to guide
Thank.
me through.
We'll try what we did last time. So, Lily and Afola Kemi, you try to guide Michael. If you're stuck, I'll jump in. How about that?
Mm.
Now, the one addition you have compared to last session that I gave you like the detailed step by step for this one, so it should be okay to guide him through. So if you can share your screen, Michael, and we can start, that would be beautiful.
Okay. Someone else is sharing. You have to stop sharing. Someone has to stop sharing before I can.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can go ahead. I released my screen. That's me, sorry.
All right. Okay.
VP? Yeah, choose organization.
Okay. Lily, you have to speak louder so I can hear you.
No, you
Oh, okay.
leave that and go down and fill your details. Leave that. That is for the business code. Go
Okay.
to the
So,
title.
yeah.
No, 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 no. Down. Yeah. So fill your detail, your company, the company name, the address.
Let me think of a company name.
Use
Okay.
Garment Expert. Okay.
And then you can add your initial at the end if you want. That way you can find it, and in case you have a similar VP in the system.
street number should go to the second um box. The 100, the street number. Cut. You missed your PO box.
What is?
I
What is
think you
again?
check your balance. The balance sign up.
I think it's on your top. The
Did you see where they write group relationship? Then you see the balance sign, like the cut sign. No, yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. It is error free.
yeah, it
So
is zero.
before you save, I will recommend that you enter at least one search word because it might come up that you don't remember the exact name of your company. I recommend enter at least one search term.
It is saved.
I think it's saved.
Yeah.
I think you now click on the Google sign to edit the supplier.
Okay.
Use the Google sign to edit.
So you are done with the first step or the first layer of your setup. Now you go to your second layer. What you do, you have clicked there already. Now you go in the change in BP role and you go to the next stage and they'll let Lily and Afolakemi to guide you through.
Okay. So this where we pick the supplier.
The supplier financial accountant.
Yes.
Okay, so
Mm.
do you remember what was your grouping?
No.
Or
VFLVN00.
is that what he selected?
No, I don't
No.
think we
I can't
didn't
remember.
do any grouping.
Okay, so my recommendation, you can go through this stage, and if it fails, we'll go back and then correct it.
Okay. So what do I do here?
Identification.
I can't hear you.
Identification.
Identification.
S- So when you look at the step by step, don't change anything yet, Michael. When you
Okay.
look at the cheat sheet I asked you to screenshot, after he selected supplier financial accounting, what is the next task?
Mm,
Company on the menu bar.
Yeah, click on the company code on the top there. So from the header of your screen, you go to the 1, 2, and on the fourth line. The fourth line, no. So you are on the first line, 3 line below. two icon after your balance check. After your balance check, you have company
Yeah.
code on the right side.
Okay. Is that not C100?
Correct.
So we don't do anything else from here.
You
I
have to
will let
go to the reconciliation account. Reconciliation account, click on the search button beside the box.
can someone tell me why it won't let him do a selection?
It's not
I think
active.
we missed the group part from the beginning.
You're missing only one task for it to work.
The grouping?
So you selected the company code already. That's perfect.
Yeah.
But the account management is still grayed out. What should you do to release those fields?
Oh, maybe it's in display feed, so I have to click on this.
No, you just have to type enter.
I have to type what?
Just enter. You just need to type enter. So do you want to continue without saving? Say no. We want to stay in this page. Okay, now it's released. So essentially what happened after you type your company code on your keyboard, type enter. Or normally beside save, you should have an enter button that when you type it, it validates your company code and releases your fields below.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I get that. So what next? So we don't have to fill anything here again.
In real world, you will fill those in and you have the guidance from your finance team to what goes where. But for this exercise, we only focus on what is mandatory. And so yes, we can proceed.
Cannot create a
Check your
vendor with
balance first. Check the balance first, then.
So he just did that, and this is what
Okay.
I was expecting to have. You see, he has that grouping S001 error message.
Okay.
So we are going back to our BP general, and we're going to change just the grouping. Okay. So what we'll do, go in change in BP role, select BP general, BP partner, Jen.
business partner journey.
Yes, please. System will ask you if you want to go without saving. You will say yes.
Okay, we are back there now.
Okay. So here we have this. Um,
So
where will the group be on the screen? Authentication.
Is it not beside the organization?
We are looking for the grouping. Just not sure it's because you have a Mac, but it shouldn't make a difference. Should be a difference. It should be on top. Is on the bottom.
The
It's
group, is that not the
overview.
one beside the organization? Top, on the top ribbon.
This one.
Yeah. Am I right, Kote?
That we create a group. We don't want to create a group, so we want to stay with the organization. You see how you have person, that is your HR, like employees, organization with like a company or a client, and the group will be like a group of either of those two, which we don't want to do right now. I just need to remember how on this one. Address of review, identification, control. Can you go on control on the fourth icon?
Just clicked on it. BP type.
So we type. I'm looking for grouping. Just a second here. Making my screen bigger here. Um, need to find it. Which section we have the grouping. Um, so um, that is address overview, identification.
Technical identification.
No,
Address.
I'm just looking for grouping. So go to address overview. It's curious to see where we would. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. I wanted to go all the way out and recreate, save this number somewhere. So this 924,
Okay.
yeah, save it somewhere and I'll write it down here. Redo your process. But now when you go in the main screen, let's ensure that we select the 5 grouping, not the S001. No, so this is to display your enterprise structure. You don't want that. So if you want to go, yes, right there.
BP.
How are you doing this now?
I think you just enter BP.
Okay, so if you want to pause there, you see on the top where you have the business partner blank space, there's a grouping. Um, it's a grouping section. Yes. So by default, when you don't select something there, the system will put S001, but which is not properly set up. So look for FI or just type F. Yeah,
Event.
take that one and then continue what you were doing.
Okay. Okay. So now I can save. So we have a new business partner number.
Correct.
So we go to so is everything correct here?
Have you clicked already on company code?
No.
Yeah, so after you select supplier finance, your next task is to click on company code, type it in, type enter, and then enter the reconciliation account.
And after this, what else?
Then you check balance.
It is error free.
Okay. Next, you save it,
Saved.
and then you do the third and last step.
So the third and last step is under relationship.
No, use your Google pen to change from display to change. Then you select your finance supplier BP role. It won't show. Then use your Google again. Then it's going to allow you to change. Then you go on your drop down list, select supplier, just plain supplier, nothing else. Just
Supplier.
plain
Okay.
supplier. Yeah. And I'll let Lily and Afolakemi guide you.
Right. Lily and Afalakemi. So from here,
I think the next step is click on payment transaction to fill in the details.
So you need to click first on, no, on purchasing.
chasing
Yeah.
purchasing organization is 100.
1001.
Yeah, central procurement. Yeah.
Mm,
Other currency, CAD.
yeah.
So what's the payment terms?
You can take net 30 or net 45.
Net 30.
003 is within 30 days due net. Zero zero three. I think
It-
up.
This is 003.
Yeah. And
Within,
within 30 days due net.
okay.
And you choose the 002. Yeah, this one.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
So we don't need to fill the Incoterms.
He
No, it's not
didn't say that.
mandatory.
Okay.
It's
So
just
like I
for
said,
the
in real world, you will, but we just want to put the minimum required information for now.
Okay. So the sales data, nothing should be there for now.
No,
So what about the rest down here?
you don't have to. You don't have to. Otherwise, we'll be spending like 45 minutes for each of the supplier. But those data, you have them handed in by your finance team or by the business unit. No, not to worry because you have those data to put in. We are showing you the major steps, and you follow the
Okay.
same steps when you work on a real case.
Okay, so should I just save it now?
Yes.
Use check first. So
and
save.
thing. Yeah.
Then what else again?
That's it.
Console.
You copy your supplier number, and like I said, all the other tabs, partner functions, vendors, sub-ranges, interchangeability, you can you can put those data in real world. So you can click on it, click on the partner function, then you have the PF, you have the number that you put in there. So you go on the vendor sub-range. If you have some sub-range, you enter those data in, but it won't affect our ability to use the supplier for our transaction moving forward.
Okay.
Okay, and usually setting up the vendor, it's a specific department role where like the buyer procurement role, you'll use those suppliers to execute your transaction. Okay. So we want to focus. We are giving you, like I said, we are explaining you how the objects are created for your complete for your knowledge. But because those objects will be used for our transaction. That way we are not going too much into the weeds to explain each of the data entered in those. And all of those, every time you go into a new role in any company, luckily in Canada, you have some basic like training and guidance on what they understand and how they see things. So we are very comfortable that with this level of knowledge, you can easily adjust and you know um, go to the position with no major issue.
Okay. So yeah, this
Okay,
is
so just
saved.
yeah, just it said already to copy your supplier name there and then save it somewhere, and you're good.
My supplier name or this code, this number.
Um, Usually I'll save both of them, but if you want to take only the supplier name, that's fine too. Only the supplier number, that's fine too.
Mm, okay.
And
I
what I
just
will
want.
do, I will post a screenshot. I've kind of updated my steps here, and I'll post a screenshot
Mm,
in the chat.
okay.
Okay, so where
Let's
is
put
our
it.
chat? So Okay, I can't. Can I attach anything? No. Okay, so what I will do then, because I'm unable to. Okay, good. Can you stop sharing, Michael, for now?
Okay.
Thank you. So I will reshare my screen here with you, and I'll let you take an updated screenshots of the steps. Right, and okay, so we can take. So I've added two lines on these detailed steps. The first line I've added is this one. So after you create your BP partner general, um, select your proper grouping. Okay, so for this server, it's 5 end. If you were using server 21 that we had before, that would have been FLV00. So the second line I've added on these steps will be, and I need to edit that one. So that is click um, on purchasing on the top of the bar. So that will become now our 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Okay. So you can screenshot this one now. It has like a bit more details compared to the previous one. When you're all done, let me know. Maybe a thumbs up or something better. Or unmute yourself. Just let me know that it's done taking screenshot.
Done. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so let's take like a 7 minute break for 53 on my end here. So we cycle back at 5 p.m. and I will have only one person to go through one more practice. It will be fairly quicker, and then we'll continue with our slides. Sounds good?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Beautiful. I'll see you back in 7 minutes.
Oh, really, you have to maintain slim to make you look younger. To make you look younger. Or too old to see. Brother!
Hello, Kemi. You're on live. Oh.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my God.
Okay. Are you all back? Just a thumbs up, or you can release your camera. Hello, Lily. Thank you.
Got-
Okay. How you doing? I see thumbs up, Michael. Aflakemi, beautiful. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's uh let's get going here. Who wants to give it a try? Lily or Aflakemi?
Lily, please go.
I want to say Aflakemi. I haven't seen you practicing though. So don't you worry. We got
I'm
you. We
practicing with
got you.
Lily, don't worry. I'm practicing with Lily.
No, no,
Let's
no.
do rock,
I
paper, scissors.
go just go for it, Aflakemi. We got you. We got you.
We got your back.
You see, not only
Okay.
me, like Lily's there, Michael is there, the whole crew. Whoa, look at
You
all those thumbs up, like hearts.
okay, good. So you need to stop sharing your screen. Let me share mine.
All right, you got it.
Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, BP. Go to organization.
Australia. Hmm. You have to press enter under the company code. Yeah.
Do I save or enter?
Enter. Then you say, just,
Do I hit enter or save before adding currency?
enter.
I think you can save. Check and save.
I can't see my payment transaction.
Payment transaction.
Do you mean your payment terms or what do you mean, Aflakin?
I think there's a step after the company code and everything, payment transition.
So, after the company code, which was your second step for supplier finance accounting, you, your third step is the supplier, which you just did. And
Okay.
from here, you click on purchasing, and it allows you to put your purchasing organization, and it released your order currency and your payment terms. So I think you
Oh,
covered everything. Then you save it, and then you copy your supplier. Okay. Well done. Well done. What was the search name of your government expert?
search name is garment, then expert. Did I miss any step?
No, no, you didn't. All right. Okay, so we're good. Well done. Well done. What I will do, thank you. Then I'll take back to report. I will share my screen. Can you see my screen? Okay, like I can see you. Now I can see you. Can you all see my screen? Yes. Okay, so we go to the next common pitfalls. I may actually move this wrong BP grouping on the top. So common pitfalls, when you have the wrong BP grouping at the beginning, it throws everything out. Missing the reconciliation account. That's why it's a critical step for your third critical task for your third step. Purchasing organization not assigned. So we ensured that when we were setting up C100, which is the company code, that 1001 was created and assigned to our CRK manufacturing. And inconsistent payment terms will generate some issues between in the system. So some useful transaction code, I think on the bottom here should be MK03, and we'll fix that. That was a typo.
I wanted to ask, is it possible you share this slide with us, the full slide?
Uh, can I give it a thought? I'm not sure. I have to talk with Abby, but um,
Probably maybe
I,
at the end of the class.
yeah. But what I will make sure that the step by steps that you have those at a minimum.
Okay.
That way you have that as a cheat sheet note. Will that
All right.
work?
So, yeah, that should work.
Okay, and I'll fire up an email with those step by step for most of the key um, transactions or setup.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
You are welcome. All right, so the useful T code, so MKVZ to search a company that you have created. So if I switch my screen, MKVZ, and that will be that. If I come here, MKVZ, if I come here and so you see how by default it had my purchase organization. Um, let's say I'm looking for government. Uh, all right, so if I look for boots. Okay, so by company code, I'll remove this and I'll do my search by company code. Okay, so that's all the companies that we have in the system created under company code C100. So I can see the government is there. I have the woods. So if I double click on the woods and I execute it on the bottom, on the right bottom corner, it will show me on this line that company with, I'll say like the key address information, um, and what is the payment terms and what is the currency. And if I want to go in, I double click on that line and it will display the information for me. Okay. So that is how you get there. So I'll exit from here. And so one key move, and I'll do it one more time. When you run the search, you have multiple ways to do it. The easiest way will be to keep these suppliers by company codes. don't add anything else. Just keep your company code here, C100 by default, and you start the search. And you're going to search all the company code that was all the companies or suppliers, sorry, all the suppliers created under that company code. Or you can come here and let's say you want to search by country, company code, by company code, looking for something else, by purchasing. So let's say we search by purchasing. So you see how it pre-select our purchase organization. If I run the search, it will give me the list of those companies that were created. Now, this is slight difference. You see how when we run the first search using the company C100, you had 3 different garments. So I suspect that whoever created garment did that a couple of times, but only one of them had the purchasing organization set up for it. So this will be
I did that.
okay. Without searching, I kind of like figure out that's what happened. But cool. All right. So that's one way of searching. You can also search, and I can come here back here. If you have a specific material that you have built and you want to see, so when you create a material, you might have a preferred vendor, right? Then if that's the case, I can run the search of my suppliers and it will tell me by material, um, who is that supplier. And then you have few other way you can search here. It's a pretty useful tool to have. Now, what I want us to do is to try that MK03 transaction. And here by default, it auto-populate 1001. And this is my boot that I had already displayed here. And then I can go through this. This is what we have. I can close this tab. And those are my details. Okay, that's the second way to display. And you can also use BP. I go in my BP. So here the way you search is a bit different. So you can use, if you remember your supplier number, you can use it. And here you switch to this partner, you can enter the number here and you go from there. But like the one that I've been, that are very more user-friendly for the search, just MQVZ and MQ03. Okay, so always align finance and procurement before creating vendors. Okay, so in most cases, if you assign to supplier maintenance team, you have some templates or some forms that you need to send to suppliers and they need to fill those one out. I remember one of my roles, we were using a different system, the Sendec, and for the new suppliers, we'll send them a package, and part of the package was a new supplier setup form where they fill the information. They also send us the banking information, and we use those information to set them in the system. And depending on the type of business they were, our finance team will know already what are some key basic information they need to fit in. And in fact, most of the preset is already done in the system when you go to create organization, and then you just like specific item that you need to plug in when you work in. So usually, like setting up supplier will fall under your finance team, finance and accounting. Yeah, any question? Okay, so we did this one in a different way. So you had your own company and you created using company code C100 and reconciliation account. The only reason why we didn't use your company code that you were on, remember, is because we need like more configuration in the back end to make our own company work. Okay. But for this class, we'll be using company code C100. So what is a reconciliation account? In summary, it's summary of your GL account for vendor liabilities, and it cannot be posted manually. Okay, so when we preset, like for our C100, our reconciliation account is 16,000, and the system will auto do all the posting automatically, and it has to be automatic. We trust people, but not enough to let them, play around with both finance and material master integration. Why it matters, invoices are posted automatically. Vendor subledger stays detailed and GL stays summarized. Remember what we had our finance and material master validation. When you post a good receipt, it will debit your will credit your inventory and it will debit your account. And when you receive the invoice, and what will do the opposite, you will debit the account and you'll credit your inventory account. So that is done automatically in the system because we have a reconciliation account set up. Okay, so we can come back to that when we'll work on MyGo and on financial posting. So next module, we will use our material to create purchase requisitions. We use our vendor to create our PO. We use our validation class when we work on our goods receipt, and we use our reconciliation account when we do our invoicing. So you see how things integrate now. This is kind of how module 2 that we are just completing feeds our P2P process. Okay, the material that we have created will be used for our PR. So this should be PR, not PO on the first line. And or you can also use it directly on the PO, but which is not the best way to go about it. Now we're going to use our vendor or supplier to run our PO, and our validation class that we used when we were setting up our material will be used for our goods receipt, and our reconciliation account that we selected when creating our supplier will be used for invoice posting. So if there is no master data, there won't be any transaction. That's like the bottom line. Okay, so where does valuation class live? And that's actually a question. Where does valuation class live? Anyone want to give it a try? Anyone? What about I say there's a 5 free points for the final exam? Would that inspire you? I can see Lily smiling. It's working.
It's nervous.
Okay, I was expecting the opposite. Okay, so Michael, you are like, what are you talking about? Okay, at least we have Afula Kemi. She's not freaking out, you know. Um, but just like go back in what we have accomplished so far. Valuation class. When I say class, what object does it relate to? What object? When I say class, seems like a material, right? A class of item. We spoke about classes mainly in Material Master. We didn't speak about class when it came to business partner. We spoke about growth, right? And if you remember, go back in our last two sessions when we're setting up the Material Master under the accounting view. Under the accounting view, that's where we selected our valuation class. And we say that amongst our four critical views, accounting was the last one. And there, the main selection was the valuation class. Okay, so the answer for the first question, where does valuation class live? It lives in the accounting view of your material master data. Cool. Okay, next question. I might not answer this one. Why can't users post to reconciliation account?
I think user can post to reconciliation account because it's the back end. We don't have access to the back end. Only the company does, right?
I think only the financial accounting can do that from their own end. Because I think for every department, you are only enclosed to what matters to your job description. So I think configuration should be under financial accounting. So under their own end user interface, they have access to that.
All right, correct. So you're both right. So what happens, and I should have said, why can't end users post? Super user, usually if you're touching on the reconciliation account, you might be a super user already. Okay, because and once again, your super user or consultant level, any
Oh.
mistake that you do on those levels, the impact will be felt significantly. Now, we as end user in the P2P process, we don't play around with this reconciliation account. The only reason why we as so I'll put ourselves in the procurement P2P process is because we are learning the basics of configuration with SAP consultants. And we want to understand that in order to run our P2P process. That's why I brought you into the material master. And there, when we were setting up the supplier, we had to select our reconciliation account. Okay. But now, if you think about someone who is just a procurement specialist or a buyer, he doesn't set up the suppliers. Okay. Which means he never have to handle reconciliation account. But what happens is when he goes and open his um, purchase order screen and go there, first task, he select the supplier. When he select the supplier, he goes there and put his material item. Actually, he pulls the data from the PR, purchase requisition. He enter all the data that he needs there and process it. When he process it, so I'm just making the assumption that he went out already, got some code, did the comparison, and awarded the contract slash PO. When it comes back for delivery, okay, when it comes back from delivery to the warehouse guy will just take it, open MyGo, look at it, okay, we receive exact same quantity, right item, nothing is broken. He goes there and validate the quantity is correct, save it, push it through. he does not touch the reconciliation account. But what the system will do, it will balance temporarily and finally afterward the ledgers. So in the back end, without us, either warehouse or procurement or buyers, realizing the system posts on the right ledger at the right time. So when you run your MyGo, it posts on the right reconciliation account. When you go and do the financial posting, it posts on the right account. That's why we say, why can't end user post to reconciliation account directly? So in the system, in the back end, it does it for you. Does it make sense? Okay. I hope I did not confuse you even more. I'm going to pause for like 2 minutes. I just want you to open your mic and say something. Anything.
I think for the general rules, they just to operate, just to fulfill what the system told them to do. So they can't to edit, or I think that there's a structure. It should be confirmed by the IT and all the SAP technical guys. So I think maybe most of the professionals in the company, they just to use it. They don't need to edit more.
Yes. And that's where the super users and the consultants comes into play. I use another system which is like SAP Ariba, and that's might actually help you to understand how things are. So we have the end user who uses SAP Ariba, which is more like a source to contract software. Now, then you have the SAP Ariba team who is part of the team. So they are part of the organization. Okay, that's the SAP Ariba team. Now, you also have the SAP consultant. So when something is linked to like the real back end of the system, the SAP Ariba team of the company reach out to the consultant of SAP Ariba. So we have super users in-house, and we have consultants who work on some other level of the back end of the system. Right. So good comment, Lily. Anything from Afolakemi and Michael?
Sorry, I just go back here. Did I miss anything?
Oh yes, you missed the whole party.
Oh, sorry. Can you download the information for me, please? Summary of it.
Oh no, we can't download beers, man. We shared everything, so it's gone. It's gone. No, I'm just
Mm,
joking. No, that was
mm.
just we got some comments from Lily, and I was just asking if you got any comments, if you want to say anything regarding reconciliation accounts. I just hope that I didn't confuse you any further. So,
No, I'm still going to practice on my own. So when I do the practice, I would have some questions for you.
okay, good.
Okay.
Okay, Afolakemi.
I don't have any input from my end. I'm just learning from all the conversation.
Okay. What happens if the master data is incorrect?
Oh,
master.
What happens if the master data is incorrect?
They couldn't get the correct inventory, and they couldn't get the correct order information. And their production master scheduling would be in trouble.
100%. 100% agreed. So you touch on the material master data, how incorrect information there can affect things. Very good. Anybody else? Michael, I feel like Amy?
Well, I have similar to that to him, right? Like if anything is wrong with the master data, we can't do anything. Everything will
Yeah.
come back wrong.
Yes, every transaction will come back wrong. You'll have like wrong an error message. If we And in fact, I had a couple of transactions that I was running for with a supplier that was set up already. And I got like an error message. So yes, when you go and run transaction on our P2P cycle, you will have those error message. And the beauty with SAP, he might even go and tell you what is the specific thing missing in that material, in that master data. Okay. When we say here master data, it's like a broad umbrella under which you can find your enterprise structure. So you have the wrong company, the wrong setup for your company code. I might actually ask you, for the purpose of practicing, um, just go and try to create a material item or a supplier using the company code that you have created. And just see the error message that will happen. Okay. I know it will fail. I just wanted to try to see how the system will notify you. Okay. Um, if we look at the material master, okay, so if you have, and you said it beautifully, Lily, wrong garbage in, garbage out. So if you put, let's say, the wrong weight, let's say you create an item, everything is perfect, but the weight that you put there, you are dealing with engine, and you put the weight of your engine 40 kg, where the actual weight of your engine is 1500. Now you have a key interesting deal. So, and then your manufacturer say, if you purchase 100 units, I can give it to you half price. Let's just dream big here. Then you just go and say, you know what? Put it in like one container, ship it across. You run things beautiful. PR, the purchase requisition says, oh, your total weight is 100 times 50 kg, 4,000 kg. Not a big deal. Any crane will lift it like it was nothing at the port. Okay, no worries, it's fine. You put everything through. Now you get to the port, put it on the scale. Why? 1,500 times 100 is way far away from 4,000 kg. Then you have an issue, right? So it process things through, but now you're going to have a logistic issue, a delay and everything. So beautiful state, if you have the wrong master data, it will create a problem at some point in your supply chain process. Does it make sense? That example that I took. All right.
Yes,
It's a simple
absolutely.
one on the weight, but it can have like major issues. All right, that's good. Let's go back to our slides. And so key takeaways from this module 2, master data controls, system behaviors, material master drives inventory and finance, business partner drives procurement and account payable, finance integration happens automatically. That is our reconciliation account, and correct setup prevents downstream errors. All right. So our next module, we have fewer slides, but more same level of practice and system usage. So we'll start working on P2P. Okay, starting tomorrow, we'll work on P2P. So your assignment, create 2 materials, 1 raw material and 1 semi-finished good, and create 2 business partners. Okay, so those are your two assignments. Create two material item, one that is a raw and one that is a semi-finished good. And the second one is to create two business partners. So before we call it, to wrap this up, I'm going to cycle back here to where we started.
BP?
In BP. Yeah. So use my Google/pen to change from display to change. Now I am going to find my supplier, finance accounting. Okay, from here, I'm going to select my company C100. Okay, and I'll enter. So our reconciliation account is 16,000, 160,000 actually. So now if I check my balance here, okay, so identification is asking me to put C. Okay, so that would be, okay, Canadian tax here. Okay, so enter a tax number for the tax category. So we have, so about we have is, so tax code is longer than 16 characters. So if I go here, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, it's free from errors. So, and I will save. Okay, so now I am going to look for my supplier, just straight supplier. Now I can select my purchasing. Central, I'll enter, and I will select my currency, CAD, payment terms, we use N. So if I select this 0003, it's like a 3 layers payment terms. So if they pay me within 14 days, they'll get a 3% cashback. If they pay me within 20 days and after the 14 days, they got a 2% cashback. If they pay me 30 days after, they got nothing. Okay. But if I want a payment terms that is strictly net 30 with no incentive, I go with the CD04. All right, and then those are my basic information. And I'll check my data. So an entry is required in the field telephone. Okay. So purchasing group. So let's say we go with a direct material. So the address, sales right here. So salesperson will be Phone number will be I don't know whose phone number is it, but okay. Now we're good. I can save this. Okay, now I have this new supplier. Now I want you to notice two things here. Are we still all together here?
Yes.
Michael,
Yes,
I
we're
feel like hearing.
together. Yes.
Excellent. So first thing, do you see how the number structure is different? Our previous supplier ID
Yes.
was
Yes.
like a 13 digits starting with one.
Yes.
By us shifting from business partner Gen to um, serial BP serial domestic, the structure or the sequence of the ID changed. It's because of the parameters that have been set up in the back end for each of those categories. That's the first thing. Um, the second thing is by switching from that BP general to this BP serial domestic, there's a few extra details that are required. And this is due to the way the BP serial domestic is set up. You see, in this, with this BP serial domestic, we have to fulfill the sales data, and the system send me a message and ask me to provide that. It also asks me to define the purchasing group, which I recommend if I was selling some just because I may have one supplier who might supply item belonging to multiple purchasing groups, which is not the deal breaker because once you create a PO, you can go there and unselect whatever is the procurement group showing there and switch it to a different one. It also asks us to put the tax data, that Canadian that we selected, CA1. Okay, so depending on the organization that you'll be working for and the BP role that you select at the initial stage, you might have a few more steps involved in your creation. The good thing is that on the bottom here, can you all see my cursor? On the bottom here, you have the error message that will tell you what to adjust. Sounds good? Okay, so I wanted to go back to this because we had some trouble at the beginning, and I kind of like thought it would be nice to finish sharp um, with kind of clarity on how to play around with those two different BP role at the initial stage. Okay, so I'll leave the remaining 3 minutes for any question.
Sorry, teacher, I have the question. For the business partner, the number, if we don't need to do the domestic, it should be the same, right?
So if you don't use the BP, if you don't use the business partner serial domestic for your first um, step in creating your supplier, but you
Yeah,
use the business partner general,
yeah. And
the
also to
structure,
create a BP role, use the supplier finance accounting, and also to select the supplier. I think this the partner number, it should be the same, right?
yes. So okay, the structure, the length will be the same if you use the big business partners here are domestic, you're going to have, you will always have a 6-digit ID. But if you use the business partner general, you will have, I don't know, like 13 or so digits that we had. So yes, you have the same structure depending on which one you select at the beginning.
Thank
Good
you.
question. Good question. Michael, Afalakemi, fire it up. No question?
I'm good for now.
No comment?
No.
Oh my goodness. You might have an
Sorry, I
issue.
have another question.
Go for
If
it, Lily.
if we practice during our practice, we find the error page. So how can we to find the solutions? Just to search it, or do we have the help files?
Great question. My first recommendation will be use how do you call it? Any language model like ChatGPT, Gemini, whatever works for you, and search with the error code. And in my prompt, I will say, I will be specific, SAP S4HANA, and I'll say step by step to solve. You need to have those two keywords in your prompt. They give you like a 2 pages answer, but which is good because you learn through it. So I'll do that first. I'll try that answer, and then I'll send an email to Abby and myself and say, hey, I encountered this issue. I tried this and it didn't work, and can we review it?
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Beautiful. Michael, say something. No way. So you leave me by myself here, like with Afulakemi and Lily. I need like some support here, man. I need some support.
Okay. Sorry, I will have to catch up with you next week. I have a meeting to join now.
Okay, no worries, no worries.
All
Okay,
right. Thank you.
it's a
Have a
wrap
nice
anyway.
weekend, guys.
Thanks, you too, you too. Okay, so one reminder, put some hours in, maybe 1 hour if you can tonight or tomorrow in the morning. And then we'll cycle back at 3 p.m. Mountain Time and to get the ball rolling with the P2P cycle.
Okay, thank you.
You are welcome. Have a wonderful evening.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Feel better, Lily.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Goodbye.
Goethe. Bye, guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.